nice. So yeah, your boy is trying something new. Oh shit. I feel like I forgot to do something. But yeah, hopefully this doesn't fry my graphics card. I had to start a bit late because I was installing this game and it took a while longer than expected. So I'm number 1. Okay. I haven't played this in a while. Okay. Check what's going on. Oh, we're doing pretty good for now. Pretty good. Someone's watching. Or watched. Let's. Thank you for the like. I have my coffee. I got my sugar. Ready to stream for a while. I didn't announce because I actually had a headache earlier and didn't know if I was going to be in the mood, but I'm in the mood. I'm definitely in the mood now. Someone asked for a racing game yesterday, and I remembered about this little gem. I really like the flat out crashing and racing type games. Nothing too fancy. Nothing with like guns or sci-fi stuff on it. Just bare bones racing. This is about as competitive as I'm ever gonna be. I was the king of flat out, and I think this is the same company that made this one. And the requirements for it are actually not too bad. It's nice, it's kind of grindy. You upgrade your stuff and get better with time. So I'm probably gonna suck at least initially. I'm going for the tail spins. Okay. Might have to just take the money and use it on upgrades and try later. Yeah. See what kind of updates I got. Upgrades. Vehicle not eligible. I'm looking at fast acceleration. Top speed, not so much. Looking at something with decent acceleration. Yeah. .1, 4.7, 2.7. +1 horsepower. +2 horsepower. I got 10,000 credits. Yeah, why not? So I can't get any of that yet. 3.4. Yeah, what's the point of that? Alright, I'll get it, I guess. I like spending. Ooh. I'll take that. 3.8. Hell yeah. This gives me nothing except some horsepower. Burning through those credits. Oh, that's locked. Thank you. Oh, we're doing fine. Let's see. Should I try it again? But yeah, your boy is getting into racing games now. Just to switch things up a little bit. Oh, no, you don't. Can I tailspin this guy? first viewer. A little nervous because this game requires a bit much more attention. Two views. Hello, brothers and sisters. Nice. Just going for it. I don't remember much of this game. I just remember the sharpness of it, that I really enjoyed how sharp everything was. It was really easy on my eyes. Playing it for the first time like 5 years ago or something. But I did have to lower some graphic settings so I could stream it and run it smoothly at the same time. What does this guy think he is? That little beetle. Oh. That's what I get. It's well deserved. But yeah, I feel like killing some bots today. I thought I would try this first at least. Do some laps. Try not to swallow too loudly, because I can do that on demand. Been time stamping every single live stream. So whenever the discussion starts going, I'll make a little note. So whoever wants to watch this later, because people watch it later for some reason, and I'm pretty surprised when that happens, that I actually get more views from people watching it as a video after it gets uploaded than people watch it in real time as I'm streaming. Final one. Pretty good. I'm very happy. This guy in his tiny little cardigan pissing me off. That's not good. But yeah, I'm gonna be probably streaming on the weekends because that's when you guys are free, and uploading on Wednesdays maybe, because that's usually the slowest day for on YouTube. Middle of the work week, super slow, at least for me it is. And I'll be streaming on Saturday and Sunday. Or whenever I feel like it throughout the week. We'll see. Oh yeah. I'd have to get some upgrades now. Okay. See what's up. Alright. Let's... Wait, why can I not get... Okay. If there's something new, does it? Completely forgot how this game works. How to check for upgrades without wasting your time. Wait, what? Ooh. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, you can get armor, but it probably nerfs your speed. Oh yeah, it nerfs your stuff badly. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. Visual. Ooh. That's the new ones. I mean, it doesn't really offer anything, it's just the visuals. Yeah, we don't care about that on this stream. Tune. Well, thank you. $360. What? Okay. Vehicle not eligible. Okay. Buggy or this one? I think I'd pick this one. Gold digger. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Again? You know what, I'm gonna abandon this game for now. and play good old Insurgency. Should I actually be looking at this now? But yeah, oh, keep forgetting I have to mess with the sound. That's okay. Let's decrease the sound. Hello, brothers. Hello, brother Drunk Rider. I was just playing a racing game actually, right before you joined. And I saw that people were coming in and leaving, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just play Insurgency. Not much is up, just been fooling around with the settings today. I'm gonna play a bunch of games. How's your day? How was your day yesterday? I think right after the stream I just went to sleep. I got a headache and I woke up with a headache. I was actually not even sure whether I wanted to do the stream today because of that, but I'm fine now. Oi. That's a friendly. Grenade going upstairs. Let me know when gonna drink streams of pros get drunk as well. Oh no. I don't wanna encourage you guys to drink. Don't wanna encourage you guys to drink, but I feel like this is where we're headed. Actually. No joke. It's probably gonna happen. I have to look in the calendar. Let me see. So yeah, you know what? Maybe next week. Next weekend. It's probably gonna happen. Just like, you know, and I keep my promises. Just like I promised to stream this weekend. I promised to... Was 15th the Saturday? if the 15th of November is a Saturday, then we're on, bud. Let's see. Yep, perfect. So next weekend, brother. It's gonna be my first time doing it in a, because I don't drink socially, if that's even considered a social drinking thing. But it's gonna be the first time where I don't drink by myself, apart from the drinking with family during family gatherings. We drink spirit, or we drink beer, not heavy alcohol. So that'll be a first. I'm gonna have to check the YouTube guidelines to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong. Just to make sure that we stay on good terms with the YouTubes. Because I don't want to be... I think it's fine if I do it, as long as I don't promote it on stream. As long as I make disclaimers like, stay safe, don't be doing silly things, don't be a silly Billy. It's gonna be a tall glass. Yeah, it's gonna look like water. I like the way Russians do it. I like their glasses. The ones with the edges. They make it look so cool. I could never make it look that cool. Yo. Okay. I did that when I was 16 and brought alcohol and pretended it were normal water. Yeah, I know. Kids in my school did that all the time as well. In front of the teachers. I mean, everyone knew. But what are you gonna do about it? You stink. I mean, if you drink large enough amounts, everyone knows it stinks. And you act funny, and you get pink eye. But people pretend like they don't know. Shit, man. It's making me... Sometimes I regret not drinking when I was a teenager. Had a few warnings. Got so many times drunk in school, but I never actually dropped out. A few warnings. Typical stories. And we won without even trying. Let's see what's up over here. Pretty good, we're doing pretty good. Decent temps. Yeah. Shame I didn't make tea. Have you tried drugs? Nope. I've never done any drugs. I tried weed like over a decade ago, I think. I think we talked about it yesterday. I tried weed 3 times and that was it. Didn't like it. But never anything hard. I'm glad I didn't, because oh yeah, that's the kind of thing that you get when you go to the discotheque, when you go to the club. Everyone else was doing it. Everyone else was trying some kind of pill, amphetamines. We had quite a few meth labs in my country. People were doing their own version of meth. And kids nowadays are into these balloons. I don't know what they're called. The laughing gas thing. They get high on laughing gas. At least they did like a couple of years ago. That was trendy. Don't know what kids are into nowadays. I don't care really. People my age are still into drinking. I have not seen a young person buy alcohol ever. It's always like a 50 plus, 60 plus year old dude buying it. Arcoma. Yeah, same thing. Same, I don't follow trends neither. Isolated, don't know shit what's happening. Same thing, brother. Same thing. This is why I actually wanted to stream a lot and just to learn from people who actually go outside, because I don't. But it turns out that I'm attracting people who also don't go outside. But with time maybe we'll attract some normies. Someone who lives on the fringes and kind of goes outside and knows things. Oh, rocket strike, I think. Oh. Or maybe not. Just paranoia. I'm playing with the sound off. More guys are isolated nowadays. This is the new trend. Yep. I actually just watched a few videos on it today. How most guys are checking out young guys. I don't know what they do all day. They're not in MySpace. They're on their phones, but I don't know where. TikTok. What do young dudes do nowadays? What you would do without internet? What would I do? I would be forced to go outside, unfortunately, probably. And I talked about it in previous streams. I think it was the first stream. That all you need to do to fix the whole thing is shut off the internet for non-business, non-education purposes, and everyone will suddenly start forming communities and groups offline. But that's not gonna happen. I can't even imagine this hypothetical scenario. I would probably spend a ton of time outside. I would go to a forest somewhere nearby and start digging a tunnel. Start digging holes, building a bunker or something. Like renegade gardening. I would find some piece of land that's completely impossible to reach by normal people. Like I'll use ropes to climb a 90-degree cliff that has like a forest and some arable land on top of it, and I would just build my own secret place, and I would just somewhere on top of a cliff where, you know, you can't be attacked by wild animals, and I would just make it my home. Next to close to a river, and I would just spend an insane amount of time playing a resource gathering simulator and farming simulator in real life. Don't know what I would do in winter though. I would definitely like probably not to encourage it, but I would start doing illegal stuff probably back in my squatting days, like shoplifting, even though I never did that when I was homeless. That's just if I had to absolutely survive, I would have to indulge in some criminality. No one, I like to watch sunset from Forest Hill with beer in hand, no one disturbing, only me and beer, chill life. Yeah, I actually haven't done that. I have some pretty cool cliffs close to where I live, where I recorded some of my videos, and I've been thinking about chilling and drinking on top of the cliffs. That's pretty cool. Like spend New Year's Eve on top of a cliff, just overlooking the city, watching the fireworks and drinking by yourself. That would be pretty cool. I could start a fire if I knew that I wasn't gonna get arrested. Yeah, winter's not worth going outside. Yeah. Well, that would be pretty chill. I mean, without the internet, it's gonna be pretty shit, but it's not the end of the world. You get used to it pretty quickly. Like my when we went to my grandfather's village a couple years ago, there's no internet there. There's nothing, and you get used to it. I mean, you find other ways to spend your day. Mostly like fishing. Fishing is what I did most of the day, and reading, just reading and fishing and taking walks. Not much else to do. If you don't have a job, you could watch TV, but there's nothing interesting. So yeah, I would be probably like, you need something to distract you, so I would be sinking something that's a time sink, like building a house, building a log cabin. That takes a really long time. Digging into the ground to build yourself a nice earth integrated house, or whatever they're called, where basically you have a south-facing window or windows and everything, and the entire house is like buried underneath, thick layers of soil, and you have a permanent, you have a house that's has a stable temperature inside all year round. Like it's 15, 16 Celsius inside in the winter and during the summer. And you don't need the heat, you don't need heating, you don't need air conditioning. You just need something to suck out the humidity, because you're gonna have a humidity problem. And then just have yourself a year-round greenhouse and grow some potatoes in there and fish. Live next to a river somewhere and just fish for the fish in your Gucci. But you're still gonna need, like, imagine if you got sick or something, you're still gonna need to be close enough. You're gonna need a vehicle, so you can be independent if you want to build stuff. So you can, like, buy cement, buy some tools, buy nails, bolts, nuts, frames, windows, etc. You know, you're still gonna need civilization, more or less. Then you're gonna get tired of eating fish and potatoes. I can see that. Like, a lot of people in villages live like that, and they're just fine. Just have to find something to spend a lot of time doing every day. Otherwise, like, if I could buy myself some forest land, and I always postpone doing research, because here you can buy forest land is the cheapest type of land you can buy, and then you can pay a fee, and it's a government service that you pay for that basically changes the purpose of your land. So you can, on paper, you can say that it's no longer forest land, you're going to be using it for construction or farming, and you can change its purpose into farmland or like residential land or whatever, and you can have yourself a little forest that you farm for wood, for firewood, and you can start your little garden, and you can build on the land. And then there's like 100 mini problems that are gonna like trip you up for years, like getting an electricity line to your hut, getting running water. All that stuff takes, like, the paperwork is gonna take a really long time. It's a bureaucratic nightmare. Our ancestors just paid with cash. They got their little piece of paper that said so and so is the owner, and then they could do whatever they wanted. Nowadays everything is super regulated, and you need permissions to, like, park. You need a structural engineer from your municipality to come and assess your land and give you permission to park your trailer on your land that you own. You can't just do whatever you want nowadays. And it's a temporary permit. It's only, like, valid for a couple of years, and then you have to renew it. But yeah, freedom is, you gotta jump through a million hoops nowadays if you want to be free. But, you know, if you're dedicated enough, you can do it. Because otherwise you have neighbors, and neighbors all have different agendas, and you can't just do whatever you want. I have a few problematic neighbors, like Karens. I'm sure you're familiar with what a Karen is. They have nothing to do all day and they spy on everyone. They just chill. They smoke or drink their coffee. They crack a window open and they look down on you. Like CCTV cameras. Balkan style. And they just look for an opportunity to make your life miserable. And they will snitch and report everything to the authorities. Yeah. Not to complain, because I live in a very good neighborhood otherwise. Very calm, very peaceful. Nothing bad ever happens. But if you live among other people, you're gonna have, like, someone's gonna inevitably start harassing you. Even if you don't go outside the house, interestingly enough. The world is full of disagreeable people. Sorry. And the trick to dealing with them is not to let them troll you, not to get angry. You just say, oh, that's gas, uh-oh. When someone like that approaches you and starts bugging you, you're just like, okay. And then they leave you alone. Otherwise, that's why people call them energy vampires. You are the most bizarre player I've ever met. Oh yeah, what? If you post something, I don't even know why I need the bot. I'll have to look into it. I'm sorry if it's giving you issues. I guess it's one of those compliance bots that doesn't let you post about sensitive topics. You're gonna have to tell me what kind of error you're receiving, because I'm not seeing anything. It probably just filters you out automatically. And I might have to stop using it. But if you're posting something about drugs or something, that's probably why. But I'm here, man. I'm reading. Don't worry about it. What is happening? Yeah, that's right. Throw a grenade in every window if they don't stop spying. Yeah, they live pretty high up, so I don't think I can. Thing is, my house is like in a really weird spot. So basically, it was a house district only when it was built. There was no one here, and then they started building commie blocks all around it, and we ended up getting encircled by commie blocks. These massive monstrosities of socialist engineering, and everyone's looking down into my yard. So yeah. I don't antagonize anyone. I try not to start. I just mind my own business. There's Nosy, especially though. The older generation, I don't blame them because they grew up in a society that's a lot different from the society we live in right now. They grew up in a high trust society. There was no secrets. Everyone was offline and sharing everything. And there was nothing to steal because everyone had the same basic things. So there's no reason to have secrets. And nowadays we're atomized and everyone lives in their own bubble, and people are paranoid because they're used to the oversharing. They're used to the safety of not having secrets, and now it's like everyone's cooped up in their little apartment. No one's talking, making people paranoid. But like I said, it's a pretty good neighborhood. Nothing ever happens, and that's the way I like it. Wow. I'm that kind of guy. When a dog barks, I bark to him. Yeah. We do have a lot of stray dogs here as well. Stray cats. Everyone feeds them, takes care of them. I feed quite a few cats myself. Stray cats. People take them inside their homes and give them a shower. Take them to the vet. People always have scraps they throw out their windows, and the cats just multiply. I mean, most street dogs. I've been chased by dogs, and I just start especially when I ride my bike, and a dog starts chasing me. I'll just hit the brakes. I'll look at the dog, and I'll be like, "What? What?" And it'll stop. Because if you keep running or walking or biking, their instinct is to just keep chasing you, and if you stop, they don't know what to do. So that's my little trick. It works with most dogs. It doesn't work on pit bulls. Pit bull will destroy you. I'm very scared of pit bulls. And a few other breeds that can get kind of aggressive. Oh yeah, dude, just start playing with the bolt action pistol. Don't like those. Yeah, man, I kept telling myself once I reached level 1000 that I would relax and let other people have some fun, destroy objectives, but nah, it doesn't work that way. You're gonna be who you are right now forever. You like horror stuff like ghosts? I mean, I don't mind. I'm not scared of... I've watched quite a few of these horror movies, played horror games. I don't like them. I don't enjoy them. But I can play them, I can watch. I grew up on the internet, so I'm pretty desensitized. It's very difficult to scare me. Paranormal stuff, yeah. It's always interesting. But I'm not a horror enjoyer. And this is where you guys come in. You can recommend something that maybe changed my mind. Because I was not into K-pop until someone recommended it. You know, you gotta find the right person to recommend the good stuff. And now I like some K-pop. So I keep a very open mind. I used to play Slenderman, the Slenderman game, in the dark, when I was homeless. I forgot to mention that in the video. I used to spend nights in the computer rooms at on campus. And I would be alone, completely alone in the whole building. And I would have access to the university building because I had an access card. And it would be like a haunted, empty building, fully dark, no lights. I would turn all the lights off. Jeez. Play Slenderman. Just for fun. I was that bored. Whoop. Forgot the name of the... There was this series of... I forgot the name of the series of a ghost that haunts a house and starts picking people up and messing with them. Lift them, levitate them, throw them around. I have to look it up. I used to watch stuff like that when I was living by myself. And I really enjoyed watching Half-Life replays when drunk. Half-Life playthroughs. Friendly fire to what? What? It is now too late to say sorry. already hurted your body, madam. Might have to... Whoa, Habibi. Might have to try streaming during the daytime. Because that's when I can... That's when I can start screaming and shit. Whoop. Not so fast. But I'll look into that bot thing. That's a really good point. I don't know if I don't want to repeat myself, but I think... Oh yeah, it wasn't you, it was during a different stream, but I had a couple of my high school friends, and I don't remember when that was. I think it was a couple of years ago now. They called me, and we hadn't talked in like since graduating, basically, which was over 10 years ago. And we did all the catching up in basically 1 hour. So we learned each other's, we told each other's our stories in an hour, 3 stories in under an hour, going back and forth. And they wanted to meet in real life after that call. And I was like, what's there to talk about? We've already discussed everything. There's nothing more to talk about. And even if you were to meet once a month, not a lot of things happen in a month worth talking about. And especially when, just like you said, when they have stuff to talk about and you don't. They're on a different level, on a different frequency from you. If they have a life and you don't. I understand you. That's why I also don't want to do that, because I got nothing new. My stories end basically when I came home from abroad, when I finished my studies. And there's nothing to talk about. You listening while he talks probably about the successful life. I mean, I don't know if I can believe everything someone says, but this is why people drift apart after school, after college. I'd rather not do that. You don't have to necessarily stick with these people if they're not at your level. This is why you can always come to a stream like mine where everyone's more or less on the same level. You don't have to be comparing yourself to others, man. Plus, I wouldn't believe everything that's being said, because, you know, I've also told lies. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Just don't feel bad if you don't measure up to them or something. And definitely if you find yourself being the loser of the group, it could be that they're just keeping you around to feel better about themselves. I'm not saying that that's the case, but it happens a lot where people will keep a loser in their friend circle just to have like a little pet monkey that they can laugh about. A lol cow, as it's known online. I wouldn't be too concerned with looking for validation from others, but it's also not a bad idea to surround yourself with the successful ones if they can help you. If all they do is brag but don't help you when you need help, if they don't give you any tips, it's like you also have no use for them. My friend circle when I was abroad was people making money, and they helped me make money as well. I talked about that in another video. They showed me the ropes, the basics. A friend is someone who's gonna give you value, not just gloat. Hipfire in this game is atrocious. It's not fixed to the center of your monitor like in CS or something. It like moves a little bit. It has wiggle room. Whoa. Ah, screw you. Yeah. Everyone seems to be going places in their life, but you know, you can be a doctor, engineer, lawyer, but still be a loser. Oh yeah, having some money feels to make you feel safer, more confident. The most difficult part is just starting the first week. And then you get used to it. I mean, alternatively, you could just ask for the money and buy it yourself. But if you don't leave the house, I don't know what to tell you. That's what I did. But then again, I don't buy that much stuff. But I know that they're worried about their own things and they're not gonna remember exactly what I want, so I just go and get it myself. I don't want to burden them even more. And you just go out and do it yourself. But I guess if you don't have a car and you said that you don't live in the big city, if I recall correctly. Yeah. That's why you need a job and a car, and then you can be lazy to go. Wow. I'm so dead. I'm dead. Wow, they're so bad. So bad with the aiming. Wait, who buys you your alcohol then? You have to ask them to buy alcohol for you too? That's rough, man. Shit. What happens when you're withdrawing? Mom, get me some beers, quick. I'm tweaking. Ah, shit. Jeez, you have no savings of your own. That's tough. That's rough. I've always had savings, so I never had that problem. I would just go and buy some. But if you have $0 euros, gotcha. These people better start playing. These people better start performing. And I guess alcohol is a lot more expensive where you live. I literally buy it with coins. Like, oh, they headshotted me. Literally costs me, let's see, about €3 to get 4 liters of beer. So if I drink every day, it's under 100 euros a month. Yeah. Might end up starting your own YouTube channel. If I inspire you enough, make your own loserdom channel. And start asking for sponsorships. Or just get a job, which is what I should be doing too. Or like tell your parents to buy sacks of sugar and just make sugar water fermented and drink that as wine. I don't want to be giving degenerate advice. At least you're in Hungary. I mean, you could probably get a comfy delivery job delivering food or something. Make some beer money that way. You don't have to be earning, because if you're living with your parents, at least you don't have rent. You'll do something with your life. You'll be distracted during the day and you'll have freedom and beer money. And after work you can just chillax and drink. Be a comfy East European drunk. A low effort drunk. I would definitely work a delivery job if there was any delivering to be done here. Would people be poor? Unless you work for a restaurant directly, you're not getting a delivery job here. Unless you're working for logistics and delivering to shops. No driver's license. I mean, like the dudes who deliver with bicycles and scooters don't need a license for that. Especially if they offer you one of those e-bikes. I mean, you're not gonna be making money, but you're gonna be making, you can earn your alcohol for the day at least. Doing deliveries. Man, I'm not trying to give you advice to financially support your addiction. I would definitely do gig work. I've done gig work before. Pays like absolute dog shit. If you don't have to pay bills, if you don't have to pay rent, if mommy and daddy buy food, too much friendly fire. People out there low level. I was about to accuse them of drinking, but they're just dummies. Get yourself one of them scooters. And work one of them delivery jobs with the huge backpack. Compete with all of the third worlders who work that job. I don't know how it is in Hungary. I think you guys are pretty You don't have the immigration issue thing the way West Europe has it. Like the people doing the deliveries are not from foreign countries, I'm assuming. Yo. Plant bros, I'll cover you. Yeah. Did not deliver on that promise. But he got the job done. That's all that matters. Whoops. That's not mine. Oh yeah. These bots are zesty out of nowhere. No, no, why did I do that? I'm gonna switch up the game after a little while. I don't think I remember how old you were. Oh, scheisse, come on, bro. Oh, we're screwed. These ST. Wonder what happens if I disable the chatbot. Oh lol. Well, that's what happens when you pick a difficult map. Okay, let's chillax. Let things cool. And Alright. Whatever. You don't need a driver's license to play a video game with driving involved. What editing program? To upload videos when I make videos is Sony Vegas Pro. I know I have to use something else because that one is, I'm not very pleased with it because it gets kind of laggy after an hour of working on with it. It's not like I do supreme editing, I just do cut editing on my videos. I don't do any effects. I don't add anything spicy. For streaming, I use OBS. That's my streaming software. Whoop. It's a little like the first time you set it up, it takes a little while to do all the tweaking. Really? Well, with voice commentary, or you just record yourself a decade ago? Oh. It's too much competition in that niche. You had to get in very early. $300 subs. That's still pretty good. It's pretty good for gaming. That's the impossible niche. Found some good online friends that I cooperated. Oh, you did collaborations? Or you played together online? Yeah, that's nice. You get someone bigger than you to give you a shout out. Redirect some people to you, that's always good. If they did that. Whoever else is watching, feel free to type something, to post something. It ain't just, this is not just a one-on-one. It's not a one-on-one conversation. It's for everybody. Because I can see 3 people. If it includes me as well, that means there's 2 viewers at least. I'm gonna get overtaken. Wow, this car is so goofy. Oh, this guy. What are your PC specs? Hello, brother. You know, nothing too fancy. $3060 with a Ryzen 5. Nice. I got the number one. Come on. See what else I can do here. Four people. Nice. Whoa. Your boy about to get wrecked. For this, I usually try to gain some speed on the periphery and then I go for an attack, but you cannot do it in the mud with this funeral car. How funny is it to be playing a crash derby with a funeral car, bro? Need something. Oh. Poor guy driving a Trabant got wrecked. Shit. Come on. Gonna need to do a bit of upgrading. Oh, this guy's gone. Yeah. Always gotta be on the move in order to not become victimized. Go for some easy kills. Target the weak. There you go. Oh yeah. No. This is torture with a car this slow. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yeah. What's your opinion on guys who end up? Oh, that's a question. That's a good question out of nowhere. I could never get this. I could never be this angry. It's like externalizing your problems, blaming others for being a loser. That could never be me, bro. And obviously these guys got a screw loose in their head. That doesn't happen in East Europe, because everyone's a loser. That's specifically an American thing. That's what happens in improver culture. Doesn't happen here. We don't have to worry about that. At least for now. I think I looked at the stats to see how many such events happened in Europe as a whole over the last 100 years, and it was like in the double digits. Let's see. Why are you not showing me the stats, bro? Okay. So this is supposed to be the good one. Let's see. Alright. There's fake emails, a fake threat planted in schools in Lower North Minnesota has been happening for 2 years. Schools get evacuated. It's always nothing. Yeah, that used to happen here too. Whoops. Nothing ever happens. I mean, everyone knows that it's a kid trying to get out of school. It's not a real threat. But just kids trying to not have to sit through an exam or something. That happened once when I was a kid. And then, as a revenge, we had to stay extra after school and we had to do extra work. So that never works in the favor of the students. No, you don't, bitch. Come on. I'm gonna... Well, that's what happens. You try to take someone on, you end up taking yourself out. It gets better and more fun when you get the faster cars. Oh god, what an awful view. Second. Redneck racing. It's funny how I'll be streaming for 2 hours and people start showing up after the second hour, second or third hour, late into the early hours of the morning. And then the stream will tell me that I've lost all the viewers every once in a while, and then I'll gain them back the next minute. Same thing with like every time I live stream, I'll lose 3 or 4 subscribers and the next day I'll gain them back magically. Some real fuckery going on with the people who coded the whole thing. Okay. Wait, can I actually... Yeah. Wow, bro. Everything's locked. Okay. Oh. Might do a bit of trucking later. I get my thoughts flowing, because I've been kind of idealist this stream round. It was easy yapping about nothing the first 3 or 4 streams, and that was 10 hours worth of yapping. And it's super easy when other people steer the conversation or offer different points of view. But when you're on your own, there's only so much you can yap about. So what? Why is it just me and this other dude competing? This is some bullshit. This race is rigged. He got better sponsors. I'm no longer shilling Monster Energy. Craver 1. See if I can Red Bull Monster Energy. I actually don't know, I never tried. Hello brother MGTOW, MGTOW Monk. We'll be getting a fresh perspective from a man who went his own way because the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. Can you put the volume up? It's very low. The volume of the game or my voice? Because I think the microphone is at the volume that it's always been at. My voice, that's because I'm quiet. Because it's like 3 AM where I live. And I'm trying to keep it quiet. Because I'm the only noisemaker in the whole neighborhood. And that's the maximum, actually. Unless I switch to my other microphone, but then you'll be able to hear the turbines in my PC tower. Which I don't want to harass you guys with that noise. Do you believe in the afterlife? I've been watching a channel called NDE, Near Death Experience kind of stuff, where people upload their stories, and to be honest, I lean more towards thinking that there's nothing, that nothing happens, that we just meme ourselves into thinking that there's something waiting because we're so special, but there's probably nothing. Nothing but copes. And everything can be explained with your brain coping and giving you a nice death, a nice comfy way to exit without suffering. Compared to other lives, it's low, but if it's already at max, it's at max. Yep. It's your headphones, not my microphone. It's all copes, scams, and Ponzi's. That's life right there. What do you think about? Ah, come on, bro. You gotta be trolling me with politics. Wait a minute. Oh, I lost that one. Yeah, I'm not gonna entertain that. I don't even read. I don't care. It's not happening here, so I literally don't care. I don't care about either side, actually. Not my problem. As long as I'm not getting bombed. It doesn't affect me. I don't leave the house, bro. I don't have any investments. I've been enjoying your videos. I walked away from dating years ago and enjoy my peace and quiet. Good for you, brother. Good for you for protecting your peace and quiet. Maybe there's a story you'd like to share with the bros. I don't have anything. I don't have any trauma. I don't have anything interesting. I have a couple of stories that I'm gonna share in a video. But other than that, I'd like to hear your guys' stuff. That's what the stream is for. It's for you. So you can feel seen and heard and all that. As long as you were going your own way and you weren't sent your own way and you're coping. As long as you're actually enjoying it. That's good. Did you ever get pains in your liver? Yes. But I'm not sure it was the actual liver. It's more like when I quit drinking, the first month and a half, 2 months, I had pains. They would start randomly and last for like anywhere from a few minutes to half an hour, and then they would go away. But it could be fatty liver. It could be something more serious like hepatitis. It could be cirrhosis. It could be cancer. God forbid. Could be muscle pain, because it's like the pain is on top. It feels like muscle pain on top of the rib cage. It's not deep pain. It's like when you sleep weird and you get muscle pain on your rib cage. And sometimes after I eat, like a greasy meal, which apparently is your gallbladder. If you have gallbladder, like stones, but I don't want to meme myself into diagnosing myself with the internet, because I've done that in the past, and it doesn't end well. It's unnecessary stress. And other kinds of weird pain as well, not just the liver. Like pain in the armpits, pain in the sore throat, pain in joints if I overdo the beer, knuckles hurt. Never got gout or anything. I never got anything serious physically. But you don't want to fuck around with alcohol for more than 10 years, because the damage just adds up. It's like radiation poisoning. And I've actually been considering drinking again. But not daily, not every day. More like once a week, once every other week, for the streams and shit. Not a lot. Just like a glass of vodka or something. Definitely not gonna be going on any benders, because the recovery from those, man, it takes forever. Don't want to mess up my sleep. Don't want to be gaining fat. That sucks. Oh no, I'm not going back. I am not going back to those days of daily drinking. But I'm not gonna be a teetotaler either. Teetotaling is just the stress. It's not worth it. Okay, I really enjoy it. I had long-term relationships and had enough of the drama and being used. I keep a few male friends who share my values. I don't want kids either. Some of my ex-GFs were pure evil. That's what happens. Especially if you're a good dude. If you're a good person and you end up doing most of the work and they take advantage of you. As long as you're not suffering, as long as you don't feel lonely, as long as it's a lesson learned, I'm gonna do that again. It's not worth it. Because I know if I tried, I would be at a huge disadvantage. I don't have what it takes. I would 100% get cheated on. Would make him feel unloved, unappreciated. And you know how easy it is nowadays to get replaced with just a few swipes. The worst is, even if they're good, they're only for your money, lose your job, and you'll see. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. But there's ways to screen for this and not put yourself in that position to begin with. Just pretend that you're broke. Pretend that you are a bum, an alcoholic bum with no job. Give yourself these little handicaps, and if she still likes you, Don't be trying too hard. I wouldn't give myself, I wouldn't create this image of myself as someone who tries too hard and who has, if I had money, I definitely would not be talking about it. I would pretend, I would put extra effort into appearing like I was an even bigger bum than I am right now. I would be super cheap, driving a cheap car, and always be saying that I have a drinking problem and asking for money. I'd be asking for money all the time. That's how you chase the devils away. Why you care about butses? I don't. The real ones will like you despite all your negatives. If you can give yourself handicaps and she still likes you, that's the real power move. Instead of flexing, you do the opposite. Your self-esteem is so low that it's actually high. Your confidence is so low that it's high. If you guys want like good advice about this kind of thing, I would recommend Patrice O'Neal and the Black Phillip Show. He's a genius comedian who talks about the male-female dynamics. Yeah, well, I don't have that problem because I don't care. Genuinely. I'm not trying to attract anybody. Matter of fact, I'm doing the opposite. Black Phillip is a genius, bro. The Black Phillip Show. I must have watched his show like, it's a 30-hour, I don't remember the number of episodes, but it was something like 15, 20 episodes. And he breaks it down in such a genius, simple and funny way. If you're having problems with the relationship thing, he's your guy. You don't need anyone else, literally. But he says a lot of things that I don't agree with. He's into cuckoldry and all that shit. His main thing was he did swinging, peace be upon him, as a means of keeping his girlfriend, which that's not a very pimp thing to do. But he claims to have overcome the ego, which is like big for most dudes. Like the whole cuckoldry thing, I don't agree with. Remember the guy very smooth talking. Also the co-host is still alive. OP and Anthony. I don't know if we're talking about the same people. The Jeff dude. If you're talking about the guy with the smooth talker, the guy who was talking about the soul and the spirit and the ethereal and the neuro is the co-host. What? Dante Nero. Dante Nero has his own show now. The soul guy is the coolest. I don't know if we're talking about the same person. The guy you're talking about, I think it was a guest. Yeah, Jeffrey. Yeah, Jeffrey. He's got he was an old dude with money, and I think he's just coping, but he genuinely feels he's genuinely into the soul crystal thing. That's why it works for him. And I liked the debate that they had because there's no one size fits all. Like what works for Patrice works for Patrice because he's a big guy, he's an intimidating guy. And if Jeffrey tried that, Patrice's strategy, it wouldn't work. He would just be laughed at. Yeah, he has money. He has money and fame. That's the thing when you don't have the looks. That's what you gotta do. And basically, he has enough money and fame to be able to afford to be this goofy dude who talks about spirits and soulmates and all that shit. That strategy doesn't work if you don't have that. Well, he has something. He doesn't have the looks. Definitely. Let me just read you guys' comments. Have you ever watched Hammerhand or Sandman? Yes, both. I don't remember the stuff, but I have come across their videos. Do you enjoy watching football or soccer, as the Yanks call it? Nope. Unless I bet money, which I don't do. Don't watch soccer. I cannot imagine cheering for a bunch of multi-millionaires. I don't know, man. There's something about football that just kinda... It's kinda goofy. He was a balding old man with always 3 hot GFs. That's soccer to the guts. Jeffrey, I don't know, you may be right, Jeffrey, I don't know if he was in show business. I don't even know what the whole thing is with him, but pretty sure he has money. That's how the ugly dudes do it. And I don't know about his girlfriends, but I do know that he's genuine with when he talks about the, you have such a beautiful soul, you have such energy. Jeffrey was in Biz, he interviewed Bill Burr and got roasted. Oh yeah, I've seen that interview. I've seen the one where he was unprepared and Bill was like, you don't even know basic things. That wasn't me in that movie, it was someone else or something like that. I don't know. I don't like Bill very much. He's funny, but kinda too Reddit-y. He's the whole thing with the, I don't know, man. He gets disrespected by his wife. She's roasting him live. I enjoyed Thinking Ape. I used to like TFM. I watch mostly Sam Hyde. I don't really watch much Manosphere stuff. I watch Rehab Room, Sam Hyde. Snippets of other channels here and there, but I'm not a huge follower of a channel. Like if a channel is too big, like if it's super big, I have 0 subscriptions. I don't subscribe to anybody. There's rarely anything worth watching nowadays. Always someone trying to sell you something, like a face rating or a course or some other goofy shit. People trying to attract you to their cult. Like human deal. I mean, one will never have a plastic doll. I don't know, man. The ones with the sausage lips, with the fillers, fake dyed hair, and 3 tons of makeup. Disgusting. It's so liberating not to have to care about this kind of stuff. So freeing. Even though we do be discussing this on a Saturday night, but kinda in a detached way. As long as it doesn't affect you, it's all good. Any topic welcome. Would you like to live in... No. God, no. People like me don't survive there. I don't think. Especially in the US. I don't know how you would survive there as a NEET. That's why they do the whole shooting thing. Too much pressure to perform, to be improving, to be successful. We don't have that here in at least in the Balkans. We don't have that hustle culture. We chill. We drink. We put the bare minimum. We play hot potato, who's gonna be the bigger sucker who does the job, while your co-workers gather around you in a circle and critique everything that you do, whilst not contributing anything. If I lived in the US or the UK, I'd probably be a squatter dumpster diver. Let's just live off grid. Must be absolutely nightmarish to live there as a mentally deficient guy. Yeah, I mean, if you could, there's plenty of these kind of channels with dudes living in their vans in a nice climate in the south where they don't have winters. But then you would be comparing yourself to the average person there who's not a bum, whereas here everyone's a bum. So you don't feel like a loser because everyone's a loser. I think that's why we get a lot of people from the UK coming to live here in the Balkans. They buy up property like crazy. Land is super cheap. It's quiet. Cost of living is super low for their for their pensions. They can buy a old house, old little dilapidated brick house, renovate it. Get themselves some chickens, get a chicken coop, get themselves a cow or something, grow their own potatoes, live the chill life. They make it look good. And they really like life in the Balkan mountains. Do you think it's mandatory to show face? No. What's the minimum wage? Minimum wage, I think they keep increasing it every year, and it's something like 500. It's gotta be over 500 euros a month nowadays, which is pretty good if you live in the countryside. But then you get taxed. You have the whole pension system fuckery. You have value-added tax, which is the biggest robbery ever. But the income tax is like 10%. It's a flat tax, which is the only good thing. My father used to go skiing in the 80s, said it was so cheap. Yep, still is probably. I've never been to one of those ski resorts, but apparently it's a cool thing to do. Taxes. I wouldn't know about that, man. I'm not a working person. I cannot give you an objective opinion on it. I know that if I invest which is what I'm planning to do. If I invest in like index fund and I make profits, so if I invest, I don't even have to declare that I own stock or anything like that. You just declare profits when you withdraw profits, and everything's automatic. Like brokerages and exchanges have this thing with the tax agency where they'll report if you've been paid past a certain threshold. So you get a letter from the National Revenue Agency that, hey, we have information that you have received this and this amount of money and you owe tax, and you click on it and the form is filled in for you. All you got to do is just pay the tax. Sometimes you can even apply for exemptions and you can get an even lower. Sometimes you can get like you pay 9%, sometimes you pay 5%. It depends. It's pretty chill. Yeah. I would still consult if I ever make money, which I doubt, but I would still consult like a tax person. What is the mafia like? Well, homes were told to leave people with weapons. What? Was this in the 90s? Because I don't think that sounds like the racketeering thing from the 90s. Or if they bought like a house if they bought property in a village with, I'm not gonna name them, but there is a certain group of people of a certain heritage who can be kind of territorial. I know several ETFs and need to pay 28%. Wow, on profit. That's just 3 times what you pay. I mean, it depends. If I buy them on a regulated EU exchange, I only pay 10%, I think. I have to look it up. I'm not 100% sure, but 28% sounds crazy. Was that Spain? Or was it Finland? I keep forgetting because I don't remember nicknames very well. Yeah. That's crazy. That's the one thing that will really just discourage most EU citizens, is just getting bumfucked with taxes. Needs are on the rise in Scotland, especially males. Needs are on the rise everywhere in the developed world. Yeah, most Europe is taxed to death, yeah. I understand that very well, especially the Nordic countries. You pay like half your income, 2/3 of your income goes towards taxes. Absolute nightmare. Plenty of guys in America living off dividends. I mean, I could easily, if I had 100,000 euros invested into an ETF, I could easily live off the 4%, like the bare minimum, just food and utilities. Don't need anything more, but getting that 100k that's the problem. And one market crash is all it takes to, or like if the market stagnates, if it crabs for 10-15 years. Not very educated on the topic. But if I had a job, I would just save. I would save 80% and just invest it in an index fund. But it looks like my midwit brain is telling me that the crash is just around the corner. 2026. There's gonna be blood on the streets. You can do that. You can't do that in EU because you pay so much tax. I used to watch a lot of these EU investor channels on YouTube. It's possible, but portfolio is doing 40% year to date. It's pretty good. Only buy good stocks and ETFs. Sounds like your portfolio is something more complicated than just investing in a global ETF. How long do you think you can continue your current lifestyle? Forever. I mean, I'm a homeowner, so I'm not gonna end up in the streets, and I need very, very little for sustenance. So worst comes to worst, I'll lose all my family, let's say hypothetically. Then I'll just have to work a super slave job. Probably like have to move to the capital city, work a super slave job, rent, and save up, so I can get my because in my country you need at least 5 years of work experience to qualify for a social pension, and then just hope that I get a health issue or something. I don't know. But I mean, like slavery is the worst case scenario, like a really shitty job. But I'm comfy right now because I have inheritance. I'm a homeowner, and this money can last me for many years if I do nothing, literally. Having a house is half the battle. You don't have sisters. Yep. Don't have any siblings. In my parents' house. Yep, that's true. Parents work in different cities on a permanent basis, so that's how it is. There's just no work here. My dad had to move to the capital. He made some really good investments and bought himself a small cubicle, a small matchbox in the capital city. And he lives and works there now on a permanent basis. My mom works in another city because there's, hilariously enough, in a smaller city, because there's nothing here, nothing besides like delivery. But you need delivery experience, and you have to work. You can't work a gig job here. You have to work for a company or a restaurant. You have to do deliveries for a restaurant. Yeah, you have to live if you want to make money and save, which is impossible because in the big city everything goes towards rent, and the food prices there are just insane. So you're not going to be saving anything, and you have to breathe the toxic fumes, and you have to live in the hustle and bustle and compete with the other provincials for minimum wage. If you're an unskilled laborer, which is just not worth it. I'd much rather rot in the countryside with zero stress. Yeah. I have family in the UK working blue collar work, like roofing, elevator maintenance, that kind of stuff. Let me just read some comments in case I missed something. Yeah, wow, we got six people watching. It's pretty crazy. Oh yeah, man. I've heard that Andy Tate is starting his own party. Don't know what you guys think about that. So it's like they're doing everything in their power to chase away all the wealth from the country. Just squeezing every last cent from the wealthy and the poor. And you got some kind of cultural tension there as well, which is gonna get pretty serious. I'm worried about the I will need to sell before the next crisis. Which I had enough BTC. Oh, and more Nvidia. I read about that a little bit today. There's a heated discussion around, I keep forgetting his name, the guy from The Big Short who shorted Palantir and Nvidia, that he was lucky once in 2008, and now he has spent the rest of his life trying to recreate that moment. That's why he's doing, Michael Moore, that he's trying to recreate his success from 2008, and that you shouldn't trust him. I receive inheritance and rent a property out, live a chill life, which a lot of people don't do, but work is to me saying, bro, you are living the dream. That's the dream. I wouldn't care. If I were you, I wouldn't care what anyone said. You are the envied landlord class. People are gonna want to guillotine you when the revolutionaries take over. I know a guy that bought Palantir at 8, now 200. He sold and made 120k. Well, depending on how he sees money, that's either life-changing money or it's pocket change. For me, it would be life-changing money. I would just shove it all into a index fund and just retire. But he's probably gonna want a 10x it. It's life-changing money. He's retired. Lucky dude. Lucky dude. That's the kind of stories you like reading about. That 6 digits, the low 6 digits, that's going to offer you freedom. That's good. As long as there's people, as long as, with the renting thing, as long as people have money to rent, you've got pretty much a permanent, you got yourself a decent income. Because I know that I've been, as someone who's on the other side of that relationship, as someone who has paid money and rented an apartment and ended up trashing it, there's gonna be expenses as well. Gotta be careful whom you trust to live in your apartment. If it's like a couple with a kid, if it's like white collar workers with stable jobs versus been burned before with tenants, yep, that's what happens. Or you'll get someone who, it's a rising trend. You'll get someone who, it's because of the contract. Like some countries, some states, you legally cannot kick someone out for months if they refuse to pay rent. It's like they can squat and not pay rent for months, and there's nothing you can do about it. You get like a... There was this documentary on a lady in the US who was doing this. She'll sign the contract and then she'll stay there and refuse to leave. That's a nightmare scenario. Or you get like junkies or something. Yeah, I know what it's like. I've lived with drug dealers, I talked about this in a video. People were just partying and trashing them, getting drunk and trashing the place, breaking the furniture, the doors, the windows, smearing disgusting shit all over the walls, breaking the AC. It's crazy. I know landlords who dealt with that. Took 8 months to get them out. Oh, yeah. I see financial as every day. I'm trying to get a nice amount so I can get a stable life. Wall Street investing. Well, I'm not educated on the topic, so there's a crisis coming. Yeah, I think we can all feel it. If you have like an average IQ, you can feel that there's a correction around the corner in 26. The question is, are you gonna have the balls to buy when it's low, to buy the cheapies, to buy BTC when it's 50k? Because I've missed so many cycles where I would tell myself I'm gonna buy the dip this time. I'm gonna buy the dip, and then the dip comes and I'm like, it could go lower. I don't want to be the sucker who buys when it's still expensive. My problem is to sell before. That also happens. That's how I bought BTC at 1700 and I sold it before it even doubled. And something like close to half a Bitcoin must have passed through my fingers throughout my life. That could have been retirement money. And it's no longer gonna be doing the crazy 10x, 20x, 100x. It's gonna grow slowly like an index fund now. This guy, and I don't like him, but Michael Saylor, he claims that it's gonna grow at 20% for the next 10 years, 20% per year, which is better than an index fund, better than the S&P, better than Vanguard, CIA money. Yeah, probably. There's a lot of I'm seeing a ton of shilling when it comes to Ripple and Zcash, which are both these massive fake pumps. Oh yeah, if he says something, I'm thinking that the opposite is gonna happen probably. He scammed. Yeah, I think he got did he settle for like 80 million or something? He was accused of fraud and he had a settlement, I think. I'm not sure. Do you enjoy going outside in the summer? Yep. That's when this summer, that's how I started my channel. Just hiking. There's this really cool spot with It's in a canyon, basically, where I recorded my videos. Just would go on these long hikes, and I would ride my bike every single day in the summer, spring and summer. But I don't have a car, so I can't go to all the cool places. But I'll hike in the vicinity. Yeah, I'm outside every day in the summer. What's your tips to start a new YouTube channel? I already tried in 0 views. My tips, I don't know if I can give tips because I'm not successful. I have you guys, I have 1,000 subs, but it's nowhere near what I would consider. It's like, it's better than most, right? I'm in the top 20% of YouTube channels because 1,000 subs is like a big deal. But if you look at my videos, I only have 2 videos in the 5 digits in terms of views, and everything else is like 300 views, so don't think I can be giving tips. Basically, it depends on what you want to do with your channel. If it's a money thing or if it's a hobby thing. Because the people getting a ton of clicks, they do this kind of, at least in my niche, it's giving wisdom. It's speaking from a place of authority. Like, you have something in your life that gives you authority to talk about a subject. Like, you've got either something extremely messed up that happened to you, or you got some kind of legal expertise, or you made it big with money and you can offer some kind of value that way. Or you make your channel super broad to get more eyeballs, and then you're like, you don't rely on AdSense. You start shilling a course or your Patreon. I copied other good channels and make courses, study courses. I want to talk like you, but don't show face. I mean, if you're ugly, no one's gonna want to listen to you. So it's like, sometimes, even if you're mid, the less attractive you are, the less reason you have to show your face. You can definitely make it. You can definitely make it without a face. I've been watching these YouTubers who claim to make a lot of money with faceless channels that are. We talked about this in previous streams, where they'll use AI to write the script, to create the background melody, and they'll make like a fall asleep to 10 boring facts about world history or something like that, and they claim to be making like thousands of dollars a month with these videos. But I don't believe it. I just don't like the loss of privacy. I don't want to be spotted in the streets. I don't think you have to worry about that. No one cares. You're not gonna be that big. Let's be honest. I find it amazing you can just play games and make money. We'll see. We'll see. There's you're only seeing the successful people. There's probably millions of channels making Minecraft videos. Millions, and you will never see them. You'll never become aware of them. Like my channel, when I started it with the alcohol thing, it was going nowhere. I had 35 subscribers for the first month and was getting nothing, no views. And then I got 1,000 in a week because I made a broader video. about loserdom. If I could give any kind of advice, it would be persistence. You have to persist. It's gonna suck. No one's gonna care. Never feel myself saying I'm alcoholic. Oh yeah, I've thought about this for the longest time, man. I've been postponing making this channel for years, and I've wanted to have a channel for 20 years. And at one point, you just accept the loserdom, and you're like, I'll never work like one of those super cool, I'll never be a CEO, I'll never be making 100K a year, who cares? I'll never have a normal career, I'll never have a normal job. I can only ever work a weird job, and YouTube is my thing. Like I can't think of any other way of anything else to do, and I'm struggling with this too. I'm struggling with the motivation, but I still do it because it's the only thing I have. Like you will maybe reach a point where you got nothing else going on and you're pressed for time, and you're gonna stop caring about other people and what they think. I mean, the option to not be a slave starts in your head. And you have no idea what people's lives are like, even the ones that work the dream jobs. They can be working these managerial jobs and still be slaves in their head, too scared to speak their mind. They have to repress themselves. Just like you can be happy like I am, being by yourself, being alone but never lonely, and then you have people who are in relationships who feel lonely because they're made to feel lonely by the other person. So it's mostly in your head. You have that view because you had good parents or at least money. I have struggled with anxiety in the other extreme. The other extreme, which is extreme paranoia. I didn't want to show my face because I thought that I was going to be a big deal, that I couldn't afford to show any kind of vulnerability. But as time progresses, convincing myself that I was dying because of the drinking, that I was a dead man walking, and just accepting the fact that my brain is too fucked up to ever have a normal job, freed me. And yes, there's also a cold fact that I do have inheritance. I have a guaranteed roof. I don't have to worry about that. And if I'm gonna work a job, I'm not gonna work a job where my face means anything. It's gonna be like low-level work, like at a store or something, where no one cares that I have a channel. And if they did know that I had a channel, they don't speak English, so they're not gonna understand what I'm saying, or they're not gonna care. And what are they gonna do about it if they do know that I have a channel? They'll just tease me for being a YouTuber. Big deal. No one cares, bro. You would actually, I would argue that you would be lucky. You should consider yourself lucky if you can find someone who cares about your stuff at all. Because people they got their own lives to worry about. You have good inheritance. I mean, being a homeowner is good. I have enough. My lifestyle allows me to live like this for years. It's not a lot, but I have zero expenditures. I don't spend money. So I need like extremely little. Trust me, where I live, people love to care about. I mean, yeah, if you're in a small area. Where did you learn such great English? Video games and Cartoon Network when I was a kid. I didn't learn anything at school. Video games, YouTube. YouTube when I was a teenager. Cartoon Network when I was a kid. That's it. Just talking to people online. And I didn't even start speaking it until I was 19. I just spent my life consuming, watching other YouTubers and just absorbing their souls through the monitor. Everyone talks on X got a new job, X did. Who cares? You'll always be compared to someone else. I got lucky, I guess, in that regard. My family doesn't do the comparison thing. So and so did better. So and so already has a wife and kids, you don't. They never did that. They never pushed me to do better. They were probably like, this dude is cooked. There's no point. Everyone is chill here in this country. I have people here smoking cigarettes in the door that all they do is look at you and try to see what you did. Yeah, I know the feeling. Crabs in a bucket. Sounds like you need to get out of there. You get lost in the big city. No one cares about you. I know a guy that literally does around the building to look at windows. Jesus. How big is this area? How big is your town? Sounds like a town of 1,000 people. Yeah, I mean, when there's nothing going on, you get people who do be nosy like that. You're the guy with keep forgetting. Oh yeah, you are the viewer with the interesting girlfriend story. I'm so bad at nicknames. Big with people with stupid minded. Yep. That's how it is in the hood. I mean, my neighborhood is quiet, you know, there's nothing, no crime. No one makes any noise. But my house is surrounded by common blocks and people are nosy and they look down literally into my yard and I have no privacy outside my house. Not to complain, because at least I have a yard. I get you. People do be nosy, especially the older folks. My neighbor retired and got a BMW. He got scratched. It was a cheap BMW, nothing special. Wow. I mean, we have kids in the neighborhood who they spray paint people's garage doors and the walls and everything. And they throw rocks at the windows. They threw rocks at my windows. Obviously they can't do anything because it's triple glazed window, but one time I was drunk and I went outside and I started screaming at them. And they haven't done it since. Sometimes you gotta show that you're not gonna be pushed around. If they know that there's a crazy dude in there ready to fuck shit up, they're not gonna harass you. There's no crime, just a lot of envy. Yeah, I get you. It's not kids, just envy. Yep. That's lame. Doesn't happen here, I guess, because people are all on the same level of poverty and they understand each other's struggles and no one does this kind of petty shit. But yeah, it sounds like you're living in a bucket of crabs. Sounds like you're living an absolute nightmare. Your girlfriend getting the wrong diagnosis, people keeping her down, people keeping each other down in your neighborhood. I do not envy you. Oh man. You can't get a BMW, so they hate other people having anything. I mean, don't bring a BMW to the hood. Have a decent BMW, a better model, and people go crazy with it. Yeah, that's the thing. If I had money, I would not buy bling bling. I would just buy the most boring. I would focus on utility. I would just buy something that's easy to fix, that has cheap spare parts, and that just works, especially as a beginner driver. Because imagine you invest a lot of money into bling bling and you get into an accident and that's it. I have a neighbor that passed 2 months ago. He got the same exact model. It's not the wood, it's actually the rich part. So people are just envious. Yep. I wanted something nice. I always loved cars. I get you. You deserve to have nice things. Oh, I think I'll sell it. Yeah, man. Sell your house, sell your car, sell your girlfriend. Invest in an index fund and retire. Start an OnlyFans for your girlfriend. Pimp her out. Not advice. How cool would it be to make money that way? To just do something like OnlyFans with your girlfriend. I think I'll sell it. Trust me, I'll work hard. I believe you. People be hating. We do get people like that who go work abroad and they make good money and they come home and the first thing they do is they buy a nice car and everyone starts shit talking. Oh, this stream is gonna be so fun to timestamp. completely crashed this cop car. Might play something different, because this might be getting repetitive. $37 views total, did better than yesterday. I had an old car that keep breaking, so I bought something I deserved. Yes, brother. What are you gonna do with the money after you sell it, though? That's the 50,000 euro question. I will buy a worse card to bang about because people here scratch your shit. like a second hand or a third hand Golf 3, a fifth hand Golf 3. I don't know nothing about cars, brother. Thinking about investing, that's a really good decision. I think it's very messed up. Rich kids can have a nice Mercedes and nobody bats an eye. Yeah, that's because they have a support system. That's because they have friends that no one wants to mess with. And you are a nobody. What did I do? But if a guy gets a master, go abroad working, get finally a decent car, let's fuck it. Yeah, that's because you don't have a tribe. You don't have powerful friends. No one fears you. Same thing here. The prosecutor's son, who's a drug dealer, gets bling bling. He runs over and kills someone whilst drunk and high, gets away with it, and no one does anything. It's always been like that. Rich kids don't have friends. What? How do you get rich then? Inheritance? Ha 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 ha. Very funny. It's not like mafia on the state level. It's more like being connected, having influential friends. It's more stupid farmers envy other people. They think it's normal the rich kid to have Mercedes. Know your place, poor man. Here there's nothing like that, it's just a cast mentally. Yep. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you're poor, you can't go middle class. Yeah, I got you. It's a very ghetto mentality. Oh, you think you're better than us, son? Never forget where you came from. Just losers trying to keep other people down. Nothing new. Loserdom patrol. That's why I still didn't sell the car. It's a nice car, I like it. It's just a pain to park it. It's quite big. It's like one of them funeral cars, or like a limo. I don't like long cars. So you are a rich loser. I'm not rich. I'm not rich. I'm poorer than most. In terms of money, I am poorer than most. But I also spend a lot less than most. So I don't have, oops, I don't have these kind of problems. You just said you had inheritance. Yeah, my inheritance is the apartment and some money, but it's not a lot of money. It's not like, it's not 6 digits. I don't spend much, so I can live for many years because I don't have expenditures. I'm not rich. Please don't think I'm rich. I'm not, man. Nice. This is really good. Doing these streams is like really good for the hours. Really good. See if anyone wants to play Insurgency at this hour, 4 a.m. It's 3 a.m. where you live, or is it like 2 a.m.? I don't know. You're so stupid. Even people in Mercedes think they have priority in the road. Yeah, it's kind of like when you play a video game and you run over the NPCs because you got more important stuff to do and they're not sentient. That's how they see us. Yeah, they think you are powerful. It's true. You got the rich man halo effect. When you drive a nice car, police doesn't harass you. I don't know, I've never had problems with them. The only thing I can tell you about them is... Let me just lower the volume off. Because we don't have crime where I live, I can literally go outside at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. when I used to go on beer runs and there was no police anywhere. No one ever stopped me, no one ever bothered me. I've never had problems with the police here, because I don't... Number one, I don't go outside, and number two, I don't look like someone who is gonna cause trouble, so... They're pretty chill, I guess. I mean, there's obviously, there's bad people in every job. I cannot speak about it because I don't have experience. I've never had problems with them. Even when I was living in the capital city. Because, you know, nowadays they'll profile you based on how you look, and if you look like a troublemaker, they'll ask for your ID, but I was never asked for ID. I don't look threatening, so I never had problems. Looks, or if I had face tattoos, if I was juicing, if I had muscles, they would be more interested in me. Fortunately, I don't look like a threat, so no one bothers me. Romania, I don't know about Romania, I've never been to Romania. They do better than us in some regards. Everyone has their unique experience. I have no experience. I'm just someone who really enjoys doing nothing. and sharing chill vibes with you guys. What about girls? You don't miss sex? Nope. If I ever feel like it, I just do the thing myself. I had it when I was abroad, and it was just such a underwhelming experience that I just felt like it was too much work, too lazy. Plus, there's just so much risk. I'm risking my peace. Because you know, when you put your, and I have to talk about this in a video, when you put your thing inside a woman, you're not just having an empty experience, you're creating a bond. Whether you like it or not, she's gonna bond. And I don't like that. I don't like when that happens. It makes me wanna, I kinda start pulling away, and that's when they start trying to bring you closer, and that just kinda gives me creeps. I have a unique perspective in that regard. I don't feel emptiness that I don't have it. I'm happy as I am. I'm a very fulfilled individual. I only need my fantasies. Satisfied with just having fantasies. Cause like, there's just so much risk. Like, imagine you got someone pregnant. And now you have a massive chain around your neck. You're a slave now. For life. I could not do this to myself, man. What you are going through, I could never do that. What you're going through with your girlfriend, I would run. If I was in that situation, I would just I'm not saying that to insult or to offend or anything. I'm just saying, if that's not what you're going through, sounds so difficult and so bad. It takes a lot of heart to stay. So, respect to you for staying and taking care of your girlfriend, because I would run. When you see a proper hot girl, you don't even think that's nice. I just add her. If I really like her, I just add her to my fantasies. That's it. I add her to my harem. And then I have threesomes, foursomes in my head. And then I get over it because I got my peace is paramount. Plus the fantasy is always better. Like, I keep saying in every video that I'm not a needy person. I don't need. I'm satisfied with like 10% of what people need usually. I can't tell you how many women have been upset with me for being this way, for not giving them attention. They get very upset. They start accusing you of things. You were like that, not needy before alcohol. You think you damage your brain. I was like that since the beginning. I was like that since I can remember, since I was 4 years old. The alcohol was because the alcohol is precisely, I started drinking because I didn't feel anything, and the alcohol made me feel at least something. And it helped me with my world, with my fantasy world. Just made everything a lot more vivid. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Maybe you are just a jerk. Jerk? Ah, jerk. Like this jerk. I was really mean. I was really mean to girls who liked me. There were a few that were kind of obsessive, and I tend to attract exactly that kind of woman, who's like needy, obsessive, and I don't like them back because they don't like me for me. They like me for some creepy reason. Like they see someone they can fix or something. No, it's okay. I make mistakes. I misspell words all the time. It's fine, man. Just making sure. But yeah, I was a piece of shit. I was a huge piece of shit when I was in my 20s. I can tell you stories for hours. When you're like me, when there's a certain type of woman who is very attracted to being ignored, they are damaged in their own way. And I was attracting a lot of them, not because they were attracted to me physically, but because they were attracted to the abuse. The passive abuse of not being validated, recognized. I wasn't being like actively mean. I was just yeah, I was a dickhead. I was a massive dickhead. I was more a sociopath than someone that doesn't care about others. I mean, like, I'm not a sociopath. I'm not someone who's gonna hurt others. That's why I stay by myself, because I know, and I'm gonna talk about this in the video, I don't want to hurt someone by, I don't want to be the person who makes someone feel lonely. That's even worse than being alone. I don't want to be making someone feel lonely in a relationship. That's just evil. So I stay single because I don't want to be hurting anyone. Because I know that I'm not gonna give them attention. I'm not gonna give them, you know how it is, man. Too mentally checked out to care. Nothing wrong with liking to be at home, especially crowds. I don't mind crowds. You can get lost in a crowd. Crowd is good. There's anonymity in a crowd. Lucky to have my Geo. She's a good looking, nice person. That's good. No! Number one without trying again. No tea. Norwich, nothing special, so also girls now are so picky. Oh, tell me about it. That's why I don't even try anymore. Nowadays the winning strategy is just to exist and not try, and if you can get someone to be crazy about you, to really like you without trying, and then maybe it's worth considering, but other than that I'm not gonna try. You just show, the most that I'll ever do is show that I like the person physically, without burdening them with the talking, without being like confessing or anything like that. You just make your move and then withdraw. So now they know there's something there and they're not afraid of rejection, and then just allow them to make the next move. That's what I would, if I cared. Oh, that was so cool. Destroy the objective right as I got shot. I mean, I don't know. Haha, not today, Habibi. So yeah, to avoid these kind of people, you just pretend to be poor. But if they see you rolling up in a new BMW, I don't know. Get a poverty mobile. I remember when I was at a 5-star hotel with some co-workers back in the day, and I normally would obviously do that, but the way you get treated there by guests and other people seeing you, because we stayed there for a really long time, for like 2 weeks. And people learn, you know, and they think that you... And we walked around in suits. Just the way you get treated by other people is insane. When you walk around wearing wealth. There's a music of Arctic Monkeys that say, oh shit, you listen to Arctic Monkeys. Ryan, top notch for not trying like that. I only know that song. The best you ever had is just a memory. What was it called? Fluorescent Adolescent. That's the only song I know by the Arctic Monkeys. It's about a hot chick who's now older, and she has to settle down for some lame dude. Fluorescent adolescent. Brainstorm. Of the UK bands, I only like Franz Ferdinand, honestly. I don't really know. I can't really think of any bands from there that I like off the top of my mind. Mid 2000s, early 2000s, mid 2000s music from the UK was peak. I don't know about now. And maybe Reptilia, but I'm not sure. Hey. Motherfucker. Every once in a while when I drink, I'll go on a music exploration journey, and I'll discover another genre or another band of music that I really like, and I'll listen to it on repeat. And I have not done that in a really long time because I have not been drinking. And if I don't drink, I don't listen to new music. I don't listen to music in general when I'm sober. I'm gonna have to do that soon. Autistic? Oh no, I'm not autistic. Definitely not autistic. So I think I have traits. I don't have a diagnosis. I've never been diagnosed with anything. But I think I have traits from schizoid, which is different from schizophrenia. It's just prefer to be by myself. Can't connect with others. Yeah, it's not that I don't care in a negative way, it's that I just can't connect, and it doesn't hurt me to be by myself. Whatever needs I may have for socializing, I need my entertainment, obviously. Like I can't just stare at the wall for 15 hours a day, obviously. So I have minimal needs, like I need internet, obviously. Otherwise there's nothing to do. But it doesn't, I'm lacking the bad effects of being by yourself. I don't suffer. Yeah, I mean, I can form friendships but I feel nothing, you know. I can function, I can understand it, I understand the concept, I understand how important it is. Intellectually I understand it, conceptually I understand it, but I cannot feel it. I'm black and white, gray rather, shades of gray. Like, keeping people at a distance is much better. I'm not comfortable with closeness. I need my space, my individual. I need my bubble. That's what I need. Tyler Durden. I mean, I don't know about that. I watched Fight Club a few times, but I don't know. He's kind of crazy, but he's got too much drive. He has purpose, and he's a risk taker. I'm not. I'm the opposite. Which is kind of, you know, people can call me out. Like, if you don't care, then why make the streams? And if you don't care about others, then why make videos for others? Why stream for others? If you don't care about connecting, why create a community? But the reason is very simple. It's the snowball effect. I like watching things grow. I'm bored now without the drinking. It's a fun challenge. I do this kind of thing anyway, might as well stream it. And I can make money with it, which that's the only thing I know how to do. And figuring out ways to make it relatable to others so other people can get something out of it as well. That's the reason why. That's how I justify it. Because I gotta provide value for you guys as well, right? So all I have is my time. That's the only thing I can give. Yep, exactly. I'm trying to make an income doing the only thing I know how to do, which ain't much. But the privilege is in having this free time, being a semi-decent communicator, being willing to listen to you guys' stuff, and this not caring, which makes it not affect me in a negative way. Like, I'm not gonna get, what was the word for it, burdened. I don't care about the trauma dumping doesn't affect me. I mean, you should start a channel, and if you feel the cringe, you can always private your videos or delete them. There's always someone watching. Many people have. I've drawn inspiration from many YouTubers. It doesn't have to be one person who inspires you. It can be 10, 20 people. It helps a lot to show your face. I mean, I show face and I'm struggling. It's possible, but you're gonna get, definitely gonna get a lot less clicks. You have to have like a unique voice, or if you don't have a unique voice, a good voice, you have to have a really good storytelling ability, or you have to have something really good to say. Like your content has to be really good, otherwise no one's gonna click. Again, I'm not an expert. Plus, I mean, if what's stopping you is... I got team killed, amazing. If what's stopping you is people in your neighborhood finding out, that's not gonna happen, because your channel is gonna be shown to people who care about what you have to say. It's not gonna be shown to people in your neighborhood. Like, no one knows that I stream. No one's ever gonna find out. Even if I got 10,000 subscribers, no one's gonna find out. Things are very isolated on YouTube. And especially if your channel's in English and not in Spanish. That's gonna limit regional exposure. But at the end of the day, you're gonna do what you were gonna do anyway. So I can't... My opinion is not gonna change anything. I think I'm doing AI skin or something. I hit cameras. That kind of thinking is why it's possible now with technology to get views that way. It's possible. You could try that, but keep in mind people are gonna figure it out, and they don't like fake shit. They prefer authenticity, because there's too much fake shit. People are getting very frustrated with scammers. Like we talked about Hamza yesterday. It's very frustrating to trust someone and then find out that they were fake. Yeah. But you have to make that decision. I don't think, honestly, like most people are not gonna, like the overwhelming majority of people who try YouTube are not gonna be big enough to be recognized anywhere. So I wouldn't worry about that. I'm never gonna be recognized. Yeah, but he has support. He has signed contracts with... He's a voice for an agenda. He's not a regular dude. He's a plant. You're not a plant. You're a regular dude who, if you try to fake it, you're gonna get called out. You don't have a massive machine behind you pushing your content. His time will come too. He's easily replaceable. Yep. You don't get that successful out of nowhere. You gotta sign a contract with the devil to get there. That makes money. US companies are built based on what makes profits. They optimize for profits. That's it. They're not. No one's gonna watch your videos where you talk about your life. I mean, yeah, when you see someone that greedy, like this dude will sell his soul for money, so let's target him. Hey dude, you wanna sign this contract? We'll pay you, just keep faking it. Easy money for everyone, except the suckers who pay. It's not a world for honest people. I mean, yeah, because it sells, dude. Because you have to remember that 50% of people have double-digit IQs, so I don't know, probably average. Pretty average. Oh shit. $50 views. We doing good. When I was young, I made IQ test and scored 148. You're a genius, bro. Was it a professional test? Or was it like an internet test? On 60 max possible. Yeah. That's pretty good. 120 is top 90, top 95%. Means nothing if you do nothing with it. What matters more is temperament. A genius who stays at home and does nothing is worse off than a midwit who's got an entrepreneurial spirit. I mean, it's also, I don't know if that's necessarily the truth. That sounds more like a personality problem. I'm more likely to think that if you overthink things, you're a midwit. To a simpleton and to a genius, the answer is very obvious and very simple. It's the middle range that overthinks, and it's the anxious who overthink. It's not a smart people trait. Maybe. I'm more likely to believe that a smart person is happier. I don't believe in the depressed genius thing. That's like sounds like a problem for someone who's weird rather than smart. If I gave you extra testosterone, you would change your opinion. I would much rather get more testosterone than extra IQ. Well, I'm happy, so yes, I am very smart. Let's play some trucks. American Truck Simulator. I have not tested mine. You can always get more. This stream has been very fun. I really enjoyed this stream. We talked a lot about interesting concepts. What test? I don't know. I never tested my testosterone. I'm assuming not very high, but also not very low, because I grew pretty tall. I got a deep voice. My manhood is pretty big. Not like anyone cares. I don't even know if I went to the hospital and asked for the test, they would give it, considering I don't have any problems. I should check it out just out of curiosity, but I don't think I have problems in that department. Yeah. It's not a good idea to play this trucking game right after you play a racing game. If nothing, whoa. I was just about to say, wow. I feel only two, so why would you want more? It was just a joke, bro. Just makes you more horny and needy. Yeah, that's true. Felicia, is that a sister? I actually don't feel lonely. I call it loner stream because I prefer to be by myself. But you could interpret it any way you like. If you're feeling lonely, then this is the place to be, because you'll get company here. But I don't have that problem. Being a loner means you prefer to be alone. Do you fake it? Fake what? Not being lonely? Nope, I don't fake it. Maybe I should come up with a different name for the stream. Not to give people the wrong idea. I don't mean to be misleading. I just have a lot of extra time, and many people found my condition curious, and I decided to share my extra time and create a space for others so they don't have to feel alone. And when a space where you can share your things, trauma dump, because it doesn't affect me really. So feel free to, this is a safe place where you can share whatever's on your mind. I don't know if you've watched my videos or anything like that where you just randomly found the stream, but yeah, I have all the time in the world and I decided to share what I had. I like to practice saying I need you but I'm not in my house or something. We had a great way to explain men needing to have their alone time. What? Oh, just not in my house. Would explain men needing to have their alone time. Yeah. Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal said, men like to be alone, but not by ourselves. That's what he said. As long as you know that you have the option of not being alone, as long as being alone is not a life sentence, as long as you're not forced to be by yourself. I think most dudes are okay with that, knowing that they could always change it. The problems start when you don't have a choice. Yeah, men and women too. Exactly. But my channel mostly, my viewership is 90% male, because I talk a lot about the drinking thing and the loserdom thing. And a lot of people seem to relate for different reasons, and what's unrelatable is I've never felt lonely, and I guess people found that quite interesting, and they come and they try to figure out why that is. And I try to offer peace of mind, that it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Patrice had a unique, genius perspective on that kind of thing. You have to watch his stuff 10 times to understand it, exactly what he meant. We just like knowing that we have the option to not be alone. But a lot of dudes nowadays, they don't have that as an option. It just never began for a lot of dudes, and a lot of them feel very upset, and I don't associate with that kind of dude. The kind of dude who thinks that someone owes them something. I don't associate with them. They're too needy. Yeah, obviously he's better than Burr. Exactly, Felicia. That's exactly the type of dudes that I don't want to attract to this stream. They wanna... Well, they split. Let's be honest. There's a split within people who identify themselves with that word. Like, you can be that kind of person and not care. Like, you're just ugly and unattractive and it never began for you, but some of them don't care. They don't identify as such. They just live their lives. They're chill dudes. And there are others who identify, and then they split further into groups. Like, you have the needy, the ones who are depressed about it and they just want to connect but they can't, and you have the angry ones who are entitled. In general, you know, these are the three groups: the I'm unaware or I don't care, the I'm trying to connect but I can't and I suffer, and the I demand and I'm entitled and I'm angry. Oh yeah, definitely. The the angry ones, the needy angry ones who wanna enslave. I don't understand it because the person that you're with that you're trying to enslave, they're still gonna hate you. Fundamentally, they're not gonna want to be with you. I can't be with. I don't want to be with someone who hates my guts, who hates me. I don't want to force someone into a role. I think that was a bad name to come. So they call that to anyone male. If the wife finds out. If the boss finds out. I don't know, man. But these people, their numbers keep increasing. The angry ones. And eventually the pendulum swings. And they might get what they want. They're trying to restore the old order. The enslavement, the old roles, the traditional roles. And a lot of them, they will disagree with me in my channel, but I think it's a good thing that we have the freedom now to speak our minds, and it's a good thing to how people expose themselves as what they really are, and you realize that a large portion. No, I don't have a community. I'm only on YouTube. I'm not gonna be starting any kind of. I have a thing with my psychology where I don't form close bonds with people. So just making videos and streaming and offering a pressure release valve for people, I guess. Just a place when they can feel like if they feel like they're going nowhere in life, if they feel like losers, that they don't have to be ashamed of it. That there's a space for them too, where no one's holding a grudge against society or anything like that. It's a supportive place. It's a supportive community of people who are just trying to chill and not take life too seriously. Yeah, there's no leadership, no cult thing going on. No message besides relax. Yeah, if I don't, it's the one thing I can offer is that I'm unaffected. If you guys decide to trauma dump, I'm willing to listen and acknowledge you. That's the only. I don't have any talents or skills or anything like that, so I can. The one thing I can offer is this. Is the space where you guys can chill and release some tension and some pressure and de-stress. I just recently found out, that's a good point, just recently discovered what a M-cell, an emotional celibate, is, and that's the female equivalent. It's some sad shit. It's like never receiving commitment from a man. That's some sad shit. An M-cell, emotional celibate. Because like they could get intimacy, obviously, but it's not gonna be the way they argue about it is that, yeah, I can go on an app and I can get intimacy within 30 minutes, but it doesn't mean anything, or it's not gonna be with the person that I want, or it's meaningless and I'm not gonna get long-term commitment from it. And there's also the type that the misandrists who hate men because they weren't given commitment. Everyone suffers in their own way. It has to suck, I mean. It's relative. The suffering is relative. Like, imagine you've seen toddlers who cry when they can't get a toy or a piece of candy or something. And imagine how much pain you would have to go through to tear out your vocal cords and to cry like that. Just because it's for something minor, just because they're crying about something minor doesn't mean that they're not in agony. So it's the same thing with the celibacy. Just because it looks like a non-issue to you doesn't mean that it's a non-issue to the sufferer. I mean, and let's be real, they just can't get it with the people that they want to get it with, on both sides. That's all that entitlement. But I'm glad that the internet lets us gives us a real view of how, you know, just a cold, harsh truth that 80% of dudes are not that good looking at all. They're just 80% of dudes are invisible. And you make peace with it. At least the truth is out there now. Because I don't want to be with someone who's gonna lie to my face that they genuinely like me. And then they think I'm a disgusting, you know. I'd much rather be by myself. I'd much rather be alone than be with someone who's gonna lie to me and genuinely not like me. And it's good to have the internet, because now all the entitlement, everyone reveals their true toxicity and you know who to avoid. I think that's good. Now everyone reveals their narcissism and the toxicity and their requirements, and you can just easily avoid them. I think they're just super picky because apps. I mean, yeah, that's also true, but it doesn't mean that if they didn't have a choice, that they would genuinely like you. They would still genuinely not find you attractive. They would just have no choice. Yeah. You still would not be genuinely liked if they didn't have access to the apps. Do you want to be settled for? I mean, and then there's a good argument, a good counter argument, that our ancestors didn't care that they were being settled for as long as they started families. They didn't care, like, my wife doesn't love me, I don't care. She's only there to create the family and take care of the family. I don't care that she doesn't feel feelings. There's that argument. But it messes with you now that you're aware. Now that you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Now that you know that you're below average or mid, and that no one's ever gonna genuinely like you, you can't unremember. You can't unknow it. So it messes with you. Unless you don't care, then you're not really gonna be watching this type of content to begin with, so. I also tried Tinder when it started. I had matched every 5 minutes, then they made it to pay for it, never got a match again, this all goes. I don't even know why you would waste your time there. That's not a real place for a real connection. It's a place to boost someone's ego, to get robbed by the app developers, or if you're extremely good looking, to maybe like have a good time. But other than that, why would you even waste your time as an average guy, especially? It never began. It's full of bots. It's a humiliation ritual. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Back then, at least like 10-15 years ago, people were still willing to give you some time and actually reply. I remember those days. I used to talk to a lot of women too. Used to write long essays, and they would reply back with their own long essays. And you could feel like a genuine connection forming, and they would get needy and miss you and start like demanding your attention. Nowadays, man, AI, I don't know. I'm not educated on it. There's split opinions on it. Like, that it's not actually gonna take jobs. That it's gonna be like the internet or the computer or the email. It's just gonna make it so you're gonna work for the same amount of money, but now you're expected to be 100 times more productive because you can use these extra tools now. And other people think that it's gonna cause a crash, an economic crash, and then other people think it's gonna end human life. I don't know what to think about it. I'm from a country where it's not gonna have a major impact until the developed world gets hit first. We're gonna see it coming long before it has any impact on us in the second world. Even then it was about money. I was a young guy working in finance. I've checked out. I've made peace with the fact that it wasn't gonna happen genuinely. So, like, unless you are the shit for someone else, unless someone else is crazy about you, why waste your time? They just want to go out with a guy working in finances. I mean, that depends on the... depends on what kind of people you were attracting. Sounds like you're way too focused on the gold diggers. Everything looks like a nail to a hammer or whatever. How do you explain all the ladies who are with broke junkies and alcoholics and losers? Yeah, you're just gonna have extra tools that your boss is gonna be like, now I want you to be more productive. Now that you have the tools, you will be 300 times more productive while I pay you the same nominal salary. Have you been with a crazy woman before? No, I have never been with a woman. In a relationship, I mean. But the ones that I did attract were all just within the crazy zone. Not in a bad way, not in a bad way. But you know, broken attracts broken. If you're aloof, you will be attracting needy. If you're needy, you will be attracting abuse. That's just how it is. The extremes, at least. That's my little generalization. If you're in the extremes, nothing good waits for you. But I've been attracting borderline types. They confuse the aloofness for stability. They see it as a safe. They see you as a safe person because they know that you're never gonna fall in love with them. So it feeds into their belief that they are unlovable. So they feel safe around you because you validate their fear. That's what they know. They know that they have no value, and when you validate that, it's something that they know. It's the familiar thing, and they, for whatever messed up reason, they are comfortable with that familiar pain. It's painful, but it's the only thing they know. And I would never put someone in a position where I would never hurt anyone like this with the apathy. Like the one thing that's worse than being alone and lonely is being lonely in a relationship. I think having someone who makes you feel lonely, that's even worse, and I would never do that to someone else. And I'm a very selfish, I'm exactly the kind of guy who would make someone feel lonely, because I could go for weeks and months without calling, and some people find it like really offensive when it's like, oh, well, you don't care about me? You don't care about your own family? It's like, no, I don't want to lie to you by calling, because I genuinely don't have anything new to say. I've never been in a relationship before, but dealing with that would be so tiring. Yep. Like, the abuse of, it's not active abuse. It's not like you're hurting someone actively, like saying hurtful things or doing hurtful things. It's just you're being passive. You're creating a void. You're creating a need by not caring, and that hurts too for a lot of people. And I've hurt others just by not doing anything, which is, you make them feel invisible, you know, and like, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that your brain's damaged, that you can't connect, that you don't have feelings, but it still hurts the other person. make them feel lonely. And why do you think you've never been in a relationship? Do you just not need one, or are you scared? Whoa! Almost crashed. I relate to this so much because I've lost friends because I wouldn't hang out with them all the time. Oh, so you were... Okay. Exactly. When people get upset because you don't call or you don't want to hang out, it's not personal. And no matter how much you explain, that it never ends well for you. I've been there. They think that, and the worst assumption is that they assume that you think you're better or something, when you just maybe even think that you're less, that you're worse, that you don't deserve them, but you come across as arrogant instead, which is not true. I've had the same thing happen. I mean, people drift apart, obviously, it's normal. When you leave school or when you leave a job, you just have nothing in common anymore, and you just drift apart. You do some catching up in an hour, and then there's nothing more to talk about. Why would you hang out with them? What would you talk about? Seems scary, and people now are losing their minds. I don't know about scary. For me, it would be just too much. It would be a burden. Like, it would be like keeping a bird caged. Just watching a bird suffer in the cage of your relationship, because you can't provide connection, you can't provide partnership, you can't connect, and that little thing is just withering away alone. I don't have the heart to do that to someone, to hurt someone like this. That's torture. Just thinking about it gives me pain, mental pain. I almost envy people who just have these cold hearts, who have this kind of hustler mindset. It doesn't affect them as much. Yeah. I've watched a few ladies who make videos about why they're still single and why they fear exactly what you're talking about, the abuse. Because dudes can get pretty needy and controlling and abusive. Not even actively, just sometimes a dude wants you as a trophy, and then he doesn't. It's like a shiny car that he never drives, but he likes knowing that the car's in the garage and that he owns it. And they'll make these kind of comparisons too, like they'll all own you like a possession. You're not a person, you're an item. And they just want to taxidermy you and put you in a display case just to stare at you every once in a while. And it can be scary. A little trophy wife. That's why you stay away from narcissists. They do be doing that. I've only ever had one close encounter with a narcissistic woman, and it was the most awful date I've ever been on. You can just feel that the only thing they care about is the control. They want to have total they want you to be, they have these extreme expectations, so they want you to be perfectly good looking, but also vulnerable so they can control you. Like they want you to be like a Ken doll with insecurities that she can control and manipulate. You know, just like little tests to ruin your confidence, to destroy your confidence, to see if she can get away with it. Think of the ultimate ball buster. That's what it was like. Just non-stop critiquing, insults veiled as questions. Every little pixel is picked apart. Everything that is not perfect is put under a microscope and dissected. Just like on the instinctive level, the feeling is so negative, so overwhelmingly bad, that you just want to kick this person into a river and run away. That's my instinct screamed to just do something really nasty, or to just walk away. And you know, the sad thing is that these people are never lonely. They're never alone. There's always some sucker who's gonna, and this goes for male abusers as well. They're always gonna have a victim who's willingly gonna subject themselves to that kind of abuse. They never run out of victims, unfortunately. But yeah, when you meet someone like that, the demonic energy is so powerful that you know, if someone makes you feel bad, if someone makes you feel existential dread, anxiety, just run. If someone puts you in a corner and makes you have instinctive fight or flight responses, this person is toxic and you should stay away from. Protect your peace and your sanity at all costs. There's a narcissistic abuse. YouTube is pretty big. You'll always find support. There's people who can explain it a lot better than I can explain it. Yeah, it's people usually who that's the only kind of attention that they understand is abuse, and that's what's familiar to them. So they'll end up, the traumatized will end up in situations where the victimized will end up in situations where they're the victim again and again and again, because that's the only thing they know. That's what's familiar. The good news is that most people learn. It takes a long time, but they learn and they grow their wings and they stay away from people like that. But the bad news is, and the good news with the internet and with increased awareness is that more and more people, like this narcissistic abuse and the toxicity thing has exploded over the last 5 years, and now people are a lot more aware and people are calling out this kind of behavior, which is good. So the only way to defeat this kind of person is to just not play the game according to their rules, because they are little demons and you cannot defeat them. You have to be a bigger demon, and when you're a bigger demon, they don't fight you, they respect you. You literally cannot beat them. You just starve them of their oxygen, which is attention, and they wither away and die. But unfortunately, they are always gonna have victims. Like, no matter how aware we are that they know how to love bomb, they know how to give that honey, and you are the little bee. If you got trauma, I had no idea that the conversation would take a turn in this direction, but here we are. Feel free to change the direction with anything you want to talk about. I never expected that people are gonna be watching some East European dude with a goofy accent play video games in the middle of the night and yap. What kind of shows you watch? I have to think about it. I haven't watched a show in years, probably. I was really into detective stuff, like on YouTube, true crime type stuff, and police activity type shows, interrogations, accidents, espionage stuff as well. I was really into spy dramas and all that. What else? Like military stuff. Typical man shit. Nothing interesting really. I don't really watch TV series. I'm making series. I'm making my own streams. I make my own music too. Sometimes you gotta stop consuming the slop and start making the slop. I mean, I don't produce. I'm not a music. I don't produce with instruments. I just use AI. I use a thing called Suno app. You just describe what kind of melody you like, and it makes it for you. It makes the beats. You can even write lyrics. It sings it for you, and it creates the melody. It's pretty good. I wish I could produce my own music. Yeah. Or at least learn how to use the software, like not learn how to play one of them instruments or the electric. I don't even know what they call it. These fancy pianos where you can turn a knob and it gives you a different style. I wouldn't learn guitar unless it was just like electric guitar. I like intense stuff. But if I could learn the software, but I'm too lazy to learn to make beats with software. But I got this thing where when I'm really annoyed at something, I'll make beats and I can hear beats inside my head all the time almost. If nothing's going on, my brain will start creating beats. And I wish, and like sometimes if I'm annoyed, I'll think of a song and I'll start rewriting the lyrics in my head to something like really cynical, and it wouldn't give me peace until I write it down, or until I start singing it, which is, like when a catchy tune gets stuck in your head. It's like that, but even more annoying. You hear a catchy tune, and then it loops in your head for the rest of the day. That happens so often when I would drink, and then during the hangovers the next day. Just non-stop harassment. But it is what it is. I don't care what people say about AI, but it makes some really good bangers if you know how to prompt it. Make some super chill techno music and some 80s disco. And if you use a rap generator, like you use AI to give you a template, a rap lyric about a topic, and then you use a lyric editor to edit those for you and make them a bit spicier, and then you feed them to Suno to sing it and to build a melody around it. Really good stuff, really addicting, and it's free as well. I'm not sponsored by them, by the way. It's free to use. You can sign up with 10 emails and you can generate 100 songs a day. Yeah, your boy has been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. And the more people post their comments, the longer the stream tends to be, because without you guys, man, I can only yap about nothing, but when you guys introduce narratives and your own thoughts and your own experiences, that's what makes the stream longer. I'm not entertaining like I show speed. Like the man produces his own speed. His brain produces speed. And he's high all the time off his own chemicals. He's a funny dude. But if I start drinking on stream, that might be a bit more fun for you guys, which I'll do next week, next weekend. Get me some vodka and do some goofy shit. Say some controversial opinions. Right now it's just an endless road and yapping. And yeah. If I get a high quality microphone, I might become one of them, though I'm 15 years too late for the niche, might become one of them ASMR hypnotists. And just be talking people to sleep. Which sport do you enjoy playing or watching? I don't watch sports. I don't really play sports. The only sport I would consider is like, probably, if you could consider the sport, probably airsoft or paintball. Well, we don't have that where I live. Never was a sporty person. Even when I was betting on sports, that just makes you hate the sport after a while. But I can see. I've watched, especially when you goes well with the drink. Time flies when you watch soccer. It's such a retarded thing to watch. Just you follow a ball. I would watch something that's at least something that's interesting, like fights. So watch someone get wrecked. Or like war footage, skirmishes. That's a good sport. People hunting people. Hilarious. Just kidding. Bro, imagine ending up on one of those TikTok compilations with heavy metal music in the background where some dude gets exploded. Imagine raising a kid for 18, 20 years and then he ends up on a 30-second video for the whole world to laugh at his misery. You will fight in the war and you will be happy. It's coming soon in your country. East European available in East European theaters from 2026. Oh no, you fool. Can you not? These bots, man. These NPCs have no common sense. I, the best driver on the planet, keep getting into accidents because the bots don't respect my right to drive as if there's no rules. That was irony, by the way. My shit's all messed up. Okay. Oh no, oh, come on. I play football for most of my life. It's on my DNA. I think my kid will inherit that by default. Which country is this? I know South America is Brazil, I think, is heavily into football. It's like a religion. Or Europe. Some European countries do be worshipping their football. What the fuck am I doing? You sound too normal for this stream, brother. Football kid. I can't believe that you people watching me have been watching me for 5 hours. You're crazy. But I'ma keep doing it. 'Tis my duty. Hey, you guys are crazy, man. Wasting your time watching some dude, watching some man-child drive a virtual truck instead of drive a real one. And if the chatbot is harassing you, let me know, because I keep forgetting and I might have to disable it. Or is it a requirement to run it so that I can get the little side chat thing? I don't know. I'll have to look that up, because someone told me that the bot is preventing them from sending messages. Oh no. We are gonna get those watch time hours so bad. I enjoy your stream like those who enjoy bondage people enjoy their come on, bro. I hope it's not. I hope it ain't sexual. But yeah, sometimes 'cause I remember when it's a it's a very unique and very different experience streaming, being the streamer, and then later when I watch the stream as a viewer, it's a completely different experience. Because in the moment when you're creating this thing, like it may seem like it's an easy job, it is easy work, but it's like there's a certain amount of pressure to perform well, and you can't fully relax, And I think that the stream isn't good enough, or that it's not chill enough. But when I watch it, I find myself just watching it for hours and just enjoying how slow and comfy it is. Not in a narcissistic way, I don't know, I get sucked into it watching my own stuff, which is kind of weird. But it's comfy. And I've literally, like, if I go, when I used to travel, I used to download streams like this and just listen to them to pass the time. Because having a deep voice in your head is kind of very soothing, very relaxing. And also watching someone who has a good time, who's enjoying themselves, who's comfy, that kind of rubs off on you, I guess. You can kind of vicariously live through my comfiness, which is how I vicariously live through other streamers' comfiness as well. So but yeah. And right before Felicia joined, I was gonna say that, unless we got someone talking about something, setting a topic that, and just as I'm about to announce it, I see that we're 3 people. Wow. Just as I'm about to say that I'm about ready to, like, if people lose interest, that I'm about ready to call it quits, because I've been streaming for 5 hours and people start joining, or someone says something. But yeah, over the last few days, the streams have been getting kind of attracting newer people, and they've been attracting more views than usual. So that's good. It's a step in the right direction. So I'm doing something right. Also pretty comforting to know that, because we discussed some pretty controversial topics as well in previous streams. It's good to see that my account didn't get banned, or that the videos weren't taken down, because we talked about some heavy subjects, man. So it's good to know that that kind of freedom still exists on this platform. after this stream is over, I will work on it to add the chapters, the timestamps, so that whoever watches after this, you know, doesn't waste their time. Because much to my surprise, there's quite a few people who watch, especially the 6-hour stream that I did. Like 100 plus clicks, 100 plus people watched it after the stream, which was I like this is background noise. Oh yeah, that's always, I've been told that, you know, a few occasions. There's one person, that's the kind of crash you don't want to be in. One person told me that I got this as a comment under one of my streams, that they download the videos and the streams and they play them as background noise as they're doing their warehouse job, which makes the day go faster, which was pretty good to know that you have that kind of positive impact on someone's life, that you're alleviating some of their misery. Making the toil go by faster. Maybe even put someone to sleep. We'll see. We'll see. I may get requests to do a fall asleep to this video type thing. That's also a niche that's getting quite popular recently. I can drive this truck forever. It's so calm, it's so peaceful. Just the endless road and your thoughts and your daydreams. I wonder if there's any real life truckers who stream as they're trucking, just for 5-6 hours just talking about nothing. Trucker YouTube is also big. Same. I'll usually listen to streams or podcasts while I'm doing my exercises or walking in nature. Just, man, doing something repetitive like an elliptical workout is doing it for more than 5 minutes with nothing but staring at a single point on the wall is just torture. Or walking with your thoughts is just torture. But when you're listening to someone, it's time goes by like 10 times faster. We're speed running life right now. the idea that people are listening and watching this is funny. It's like surreal. Yeah. I've run after 5 hours of yapping. I've run out of things to yap about. New video dropping Wednesday, hopefully. Hopefully get the channel to grow a bit more and have like 10 people in the streams so they can be bouncing ideas off each other. Get some real discussing going on. Well, yeah, fellas, I would like to thank you all for lending me your eyeballs and your ears and taking time out of your day or night to spend time here and chill with me. And I'll do one more stream tomorrow, same time, midnight, starting midnight Central European time or 6 p.m. East Coast time. That's 6 p.m. New York time, 3 p.m. West Coast time, midnight on a Sunday for Central Europeans, brothers and sisters. And stay healthy, stay sober, stay positive, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow.